Good morning, sir.
Good
Good
morning.
morning,
Morning,
sir.
sir.
Morning, Mr. Clark.
All right. Welcome, welcome, one and all. It is the second day of our orientation. Today, our moderator will be Miss Unique Edwards. She'll be guiding us through the process. And so I ask you to follow her instructions. I'll be online providing support where necessary. All right? I did ask persons yesterday to dress up appropriately and to turn on your cameras so that we can see the faces and make connections to the names. And so we're expecting that persons will be turning on their cameras today. And so I'll turn over now to Miss Edwards for her to start the process. All right?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miss. Good morning.
Good morning,
Okay,
Mister.
so to start off today, I'm sure you must have garnered a lot of knowledge yesterday from all the information that was shared, and you're reeling to hear what will happen today. So, for our day this morning, we'll be hearing from our nurse, Miss Desiree Denton Sadler. She will be speaking to us on healthy lifestyle. Ms. Sadler, Nurse Sadler, are you there?
All right. So while we seem to be having some technical
What?
difficulties with nurse, so we're just waiting on her to come on. By way of announcement, ladies and gentlemen, um, the question was asked about your ID numbers yesterday, and you would have been told that we are trying to ensure that the ID numbers are given out for you today. Um, just to let you know that the regular process for the disbursements of the ID numbers would be after you would have paid your school fee, your tuition fee, and boarding if necessary, and you have formalized and have completed the medical, and you have been given clearance by our nurse and clearance from the accounts department, and you would have been matriculated, then the ID numbers would have been generated and sent to you. However, because we are in the COVID pandemic, the principal and management of the GC Foster College have seen it fit to relax the policy a little bit as it relates to issuing of the ID for you to begin to select your courses. So the registry will be dispersing the ID numbers for persons who would have matriculated into the system. That means you have been qualified based on the CXE requirement and you have satisfied all the requirements of the registry and you have been given approval to join the course of study. Those are the individuals who the ID numbers would be dispersed to you today. The other individuals who have been provisionally accepted We are still awaiting your results. You have not submitted those to us. And also, you need to pay, after paying the money for your tuition and or boarding, those receipts must be sent to us. After which, then the ID numbers will be sent out to you. All right, so just to make it clear, the persons who have been approved, fully approved, you need to ensure that you submit payment, the receipt for payment, and then after which the ID numbers will be sent out. All right, if you have done so already, we are going to be sending out the ID numbers for you. The others, the principal has seen it fit to relax the measures a little, so persons who have not yet paid, but you have been approved based on your matriculation, you will also get your ID information today. Persons who are not yet approved, but you have been provisionally approved, you have not yet submitted all the CXC requirements, you will have to wait a bit until you have submitted those for us to generate the ID numbers and send it out to you. I hope I am clear. If not, I'll come back and speak more to it, all right? But over to you now, Miss.
Sir Park, good morning, sir. 1 minute before you go, can I ask a question, sir? I'm Stoner, Mr. Stoner.
Yes.
For those persons who want to pay their tuition online, well, I personally wasn't provided with a banking account information so that I could pay online. So,
all right. Just send an email to the email address that was sent out with this link and state your concerns.
I did send one, but I haven't gotten any response as yet, so I'll wait.
All right, I will forward your information.
Okay.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for today, as you know, is Miss Edwards, and she'll be guiding us through the process. Over to you, Miss Edwards.
Good morning again, everyone. Is Nurse Sadler on as yet?
I'm here, Miss Edwards.
Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, our nurse will be presenting on healthy lifestyle. Her name is Mrs. Desiree Denton Sadler. So go ahead, Ms. Sadler.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good
morning. Good morning.
Yes,
Hey,
good
morning.
And as Ms. Edwards said, I'm going to be doing a brief presentation on healthy lifestyles. I'm just turning my camera on now for the purpose of the introduction, but I'll be sharing a screen with you. And then at the end of the presentation, I will also turn my camera back on in the event that you have any questions. All right, but as much as possible, I'd want for this to be an interactive session. So if you have questions while I'm presenting, you can just stick your hand up, and Miss Edwards, you will be able to tell me who is putting their hands up. And I don't have a problem pausing to answer your questions. Are we good?
Okay.
All right. So, I'm trying to share my presentation now. Share content. Okay. So, just taking a moment to start. All right. All right, so here we go. So like I said earlier, and as Ms. Ezwood said, we're going to be looking at healthy lifestyles, right? So we're gonna look, we have some objectives that we're trying to meet today. And the objectives are, first, we're going to define our key terms. And the key terms for the purpose of this presentation are healthy, lifestyle, and then out of those two key terms, we're going to try and define healthy lifestyle itself, right? Then we're going to identify the dimensions of health. We're going to discuss those dimensions that we've identified, and then we're going to determine ways to improve our health. Let's move on to the definitions. Now, according to the Webster Dictionary, healthy refers to something that is beneficial to one's physical, mental, or emotional state. What they're saying is that it also refers to something that is conducive to or associated with good health or reduced risk of disease. That's healthy. Let's look at lifestyle. And so Business Dictionary says that lifestyle is a way of living of individuals which they manifest in coping with their physical, psychological, social, and economic environments. Right? So I'm gonna ask somebody, perhaps one or two people, if you look at those two definitions, if you can come up for me with a definition for healthy lifestyle. Yes, Mr. Stoner, I saw that you were about to say something. Go right ahead.
I was. I mean, healthy lifestyle would be the way in which you incorporate diet, exercise, putting them together to create an acceptable way of life.
Diet and exercise.
Yes.
All right, not bad. Yes?
Rest also.
Rest as well. Okay. Does anybody else want to give it a try? All right, so let's continue. Thank you, Mr. Stoner. All right, so let's look at what we have. So we said that we're using those two definitions, the definition of healthy and the definition of lifestyle. And we're trying to come up with a definition for healthy lifestyle.
Nurse, I think your mic is muted.
It certainly is. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Park.
You're welcome.
And did you hear me when I thanked you, Mr. Stoner?
Yes, ma'am, I did. Thank you.
All right. So I apologize for that, everyone. So we're saying that we're having put the definitions of healthy and lifestyle together, we're coming up with definitions for healthy lifestyle. And the first one that we're coming up with is that it's a way of living that is beneficial to one's physical, mental, and emotional state. Right? Can we agree?
Yes.
Yes. And then we can come up with another definition. A way of living that is conducive to or associated with good health or reduce risks of diseases. And that is why you were not wrong, Mr. Stoner, because if you're exercising and dieting well and resting well, then that is conducive to good health. It also is conducive to a reduced risk of diseases. So that is why your definition was not wrong. All right?
Thanks.
So let's move on. So health is said to be multidimensional, right? What the literature says is that health has 5 dimensions, and those 5 dimensions are the physical health, mental health, emotional health, social health, and spiritual health. And what they're saying is that all of these provide a complete picture of health. And then a change in any one of these dimensions can affect the others. So therefore, for you to be healthy, all of these dimensions have to be catered to. Are we understanding?
So far.
So far.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right, so let's look now a little bit closer at the dimensions. And we're starting with physical health. And physical health, by definition, you're going to find out throughout this presentation too, that at GC Foster College, we cater to all the dimensions of health, right? That's an amazing institution, right? So let's look at the definition for physical health. And we're saying that it refers to the bodily aspect of health. So the part of you that is tangible, whether it's the external body or the internal body, because if the doctors open up yourself, your external body, then we can touch your organs on the inside. So that body is your physical health, whether internally or externally, right? It also says that physical health refers to the absence of disease or injury. And we can have internal injury or external injury, as well as we can have diseases that affect our internal self or our external self. And that is what, and when I say the internal self, I'm referring to the tangible, the internal structure that can be touched, right? Once we open the external structure. So that is what physical health is. But the thing is that if your physical health is affected, then it can affect the other dimensions of your health. Anybody wants to think about that real quickly and give me an example of how that can happen? Anybody? Nobody. Okay.
Could you repeat that, please?
So the literature says that if your physical health is affected, it can affect the other dimensions of health. So I'm asking, how do you think that can happen? How can effects on your physical health affect the other dimensions of your health?
Because, good morning.
Good morning, Colleen.
Because so if something happens to you physically, then eventually you're not going to want to socialize, then you're not going to want to eat. So basically, eventually you're going to be unhealthy. You're just not going to want to do anything at all, so it'll just affect everything. I'm not here.
All right, and that is
I'm saying internet tone more than is right.
I must ask you though, ladies and gentlemen, that if you're not responding to a question, that you just mute your microphones so that we're not disturbing each other. All right? Thank you so much. So Colleen, that was a really good answer, because like you said, if something is wrong with you physically, you're not going to want to socialize, and that affects your social health. Similarly, what if you have a contagious condition? For example, measles or chickenpox or COVID-19. You have to be isolated so as not to infect other persons, and thereby affecting your social health, because now your social life is disrupted. On top of that, persons who are isolated, they tend to become a little bit depressed, especially if you were somebody who was very sociable. Then the fact that you're now alone is going to affect you, thereby affecting your emotional health. So that was a very good response. All right. So physical health has some key components that we need to zoom in on to make sure that you're physically healthy. And this is what this is saying. Key components. These are the things that you pay attention to ensure optimal health physically. And the first one that we're looking at is medical self-care. It means that you're going to have your own little first aid kit with your painkillers, your sinus tablets, your alcohol and cotton rub, your band-aids, those little things that everybody needs to have. In the event that you start feeling ill, you can take those until you get medical care. But then there are other things that, you have a persistent cough, or you're asthmatic and you feel your asthma coming on. You need to seek medical assistance. Or for persons who have long-standing conditions that you need to go. A lot of us don't like to go to the doctor or the hospital. We prefer to treat it at home, or we prefer to wait until we're at the last. But medical self-care speaks to us taking care of ourselves medically when we need to. And Mr. Harris, who is going to delve into how you're going to get your health insurance cards, will deal with that particular facet as to how GC Foster assists you in taking care of your medical self. Then we're looking at physical activity, because every adult or child needs physical activity in order to be healthy. Whether that physical activity is structured or whether it is leisurely, we need physical activity. So here at GC Foster, you can go out and play football, netball, dominoes, whatever with your friends. But we also have structured physical activities. We have practical classes. We have sporting events. Those things take care of the structured physical activity that would cater to your physical health. And then there's nutrition and diet. And, we've always heard that you need to have a balanced diet. And, if I ask somebody, which I will, what is a balanced diet? And I would love to get a quick answer. What is a balanced diet?
Morning.
Hello, morning.
Yes, Miss Ellis, morning. Go right ahead, Miss Ellis. I think maybe not. Does anybody want to go? Well, okay, so let me just forge ahead. Since we seem to be running behind time. Normally, you would hear that a balanced diet consists of all the food groups in the proportionate, in an appropriate portion, right? But literature and research has found that you really don't need to have 8 different things in your plate for your diet to be balanced. And what they're saying is that you need to have your carbohydrates, your protein, your vegetables, and your legumes. So a regular lunch here at GC Foster, which would say be rice and peas, which is your carbohydrate, and legume, yes? And the chicken, which would be your protein. That would be your balanced diet, and the vegetables on the side. That's a balanced diet. So what you eat for your dinner normally, or for lunch sometimes normally, that constitutes a balanced diet. And so what we find is that more people can afford to have a balanced diet. So it's not so difficult, right? And then you want to stay away from things that are harmful, too much sugar, too much salt, and stuff like that. That is where your nutrition comes in. We also look at alcohol and drugs, and the fact that you want to stay away from those things that can alter your mood, because that is what alcohol and drugs do. And then specifically those things which can cause you to become addicted, those things you want to stay away from. All right? And the next thing we look at is rest and sleep. And you notice it says rest and sleep, because a lot of us sleep, but we don't necessarily rest, because rest is completely different from sleep. Some people can fall asleep anywhere, and they're always falling asleep. And that's because they're tired, because they don't rest. And so ideally, a restful environment is an environment that is dark, right? Dark and quiet. Some people will say they can't sleep unless they have their music on, or they can't sleep unless the light is on, which is understood. However, what I want you to understand is that for the body to rest, the brain needs to secrete a hormone called serotonin. Serotonin is only secreted in the dark, So if you're not secreting serotonin, then the body is not calming down. And then you may sleep because you're physically tired. But rest is absent from that And so you sleep and you wake up tired. And that's because the environment that you went to sleep in was not conducive to rest. Good? So we move right along. And, you know, I was talking to you about structured physical activity. This is an example of a structured physical activity that we have here at GC Foster. This is a dance class. It's a part of the curriculum for our students. So you can see the structure there. All right. So we can move on from this. And now we're moving on to mental health, right? And it says that mental health, I don't know why it keeps coming back to me. Perhaps Mr. Gale. Right. Mental health, it says, refers to the cognitive aspect of health. And cognitive talks about that part of you that thinks, that remembers, that reasons. So it's your mind. That's what mental health is about. It's your mind. Yes? It says it's often linked to or includes emotional health. And that's because you realize that sometimes when you're thinking of something or when you're reasoning out something, then it causes you to feel a certain way. So yes, mental health is often linked to emotional health. And then we want you to know that mental health does not necessarily refer to mental illness or the absence of mental illness, because a mentally ill person can be positive and feel well and function well, but somebody who has mental health issues might not have the same luck, right? It says positive mental health is a combination of feeling good and functioning well. So you feel well within yourself and your mood is fine, and then you're functioning okay. That is positive mental health. And then we're moving right on to the components of mental health. It says that experiencing positive emotions is a component of mental health. It is sometimes very difficult for us, depending on the situations that we're going through, to experience positive emotions, but it's not impossible to change your emotion by changing your thinking. So once we find that our emotions are going into a negative, veering into a negative path, then we can change the way that we're thinking, because we have control over that. And once we change that, then we should be able to have positive emotions. Having positive relationships. Some of us have relationships, and this refers to both platonic and romantic relationships, where we don't feel appreciated. We feel that persons only remember that we're here when they want something from us. Some of us enjoy being used by others because that's the way that we feel needed. But we have to understand that to have good mental health means that the relationships that we're in must be positive. They must uplift us. They must not, we mustn't be made to feel that we're less than what we are to remain in the relationship. Feeling engaged with life. Find something to do. You know, there are so many things that we can do, especially with our social media accounts. We can reach out to people. We can just, send a message to somebody, start a conversation, find out how somebody is doing. So engage yourself, all right? Have some meaning and purpose in your life. So what do I want to get out of this? At the end of my studies at GC Foster, what do I want to leave with? You might come in as an athlete. Do you want to leave as a professional athlete? But also remember that this is a tertiary educational institution. So do you want to leave as just an athlete, or do you want to leave with academic credits and an athlete? It's always better to get what you come for. And once you have a purpose, then you'll have a drive and you'll know that, listen, this is what I'm going for. And then you'll arrange your life in such a way that your purpose is achieved. Yes? Then you will have a sense of accomplishment. You may not be the brightest person or the most intelligent person in your class. But you got here on your own merits. You may not be the A student, but you're passing. You may have failed a course, but there's an opportunity for resit. And what we want people to do is to think about those things that you have accomplished and know that you can accomplish more. And I'm always saying to my students that everything can be taught and everything can be learned. It just takes us to apply ourselves to it, right? So you will have accomplished something having come this far. And it should give you a sense of pride and joy to know that, you have been accepted into the only sporting institution in the English-speaking Caribbean, right? We're continuing, and we're saying that you need emotional stability, resilience. GC Foster College on a regular day is not, tertiary institution is not easy to deal with, especially when you're coming out of an institution where you have your teachers where you can go sit and talk to about everything and they will guide you or spoon feed you. In a tertiary institution, you have to take responsibility for your own learning. And so you'll find that your lecturer will post something on the platform, and it is for you now to go and research and teach yourself certain things because it's a tertiary institution. You have to stand at the point when you feel like, listen, this is too much. You have to stand your ground mentally, physically, and emotionally and say, listen, I'm gonna have to put my everything into this, and I'm gonna have to give it my best. So resilience is important. You have to be optimistic, especially when there are persons around you or your own inner self telling you that, listen, you knew you weren't gonna make it. You knew that this would be too hard, and you tried it anyway. The fact that you tried is a good thing. And there's never a loser until the race is finished. So having said that, you need to know that, listen, I'm in the race, and as long as you're in the race, you can finish the race. No matter how far behind you are, everybody at the end of the race gets a point. Yes? Self-esteem. And I kind of touched this earlier, that you might not be the most brilliant in your class, you might not be the top student or the student council representative, but you got here on your own merit. And for that, you need to, and then vitality. Physically, emotionally, mentally, you have to be able to last through it because it's not going to be anything that you have ever experienced before. More so with this COVID-19 upon us, and we're doing this blended approach. It's new to most of us, and so you have to be able to last through the end of it. And so we're looking at how do you cultivate your mental health? Identify support networks. So if you're having issues thinking positively, we have a guidance counselor. We have lecturers who have been assigned to the students as their mentors. Plus we have other faculty members, other students, that you can talk to, and persons who are going through the same thing as you, because you'd be surprised that so many persons are going through the same thing. So if you can identify these support networks, then you'll be able to cope with whatever is happening. The second thing is to say, identify coping strategies used in the past. The last time you were stressed, what did you do? Because you got out of it. If it worked for you in the past, it's highly likely that it's going to work now. Help others. Sometimes when we help others, we get outside of ourselves. We stop thinking about what is happening to us, and we realize that there are others who are worse off than us. And in doing that, it deviates the mind from what is happening to us, and it allows us to focus more. Yes, do things you enjoy. There is something that everybody enjoys. Take your time, do what you enjoy, because you're going to need it to maintain your mental health. Find a type of exercise or physical activity that you enjoy. And let me say that it says exercise or physical activity because exercise is not always physical. There are some persons who like board games, some persons who like arcade games, some persons like to play games on your phone. That is a type of exercise. It's exercising the brain. And if you enjoy doing that, then take some time and do that so you can cope. All right? Getting good sleep. And we talked about sleep and rest. Yes? Eating healthy food, we also talked about that. Connecting with others. And we may not be able to run and hug our friends, but all of these emojis are there. And, you know, when you see them come in, it brings a smile to your face. Don't forget to touch base with your friends and your relatives and your colleagues. Just send a message. Hey, how are you doing? Start up a conversation. What's new in your life today? Let's just keep the connection going. Have realistic expectations. So if you know that in high school you were a C student, don't come here and expect to be an A+ student if you know that it's not within you. If you know that you're not good at football, don't try to join the football team. If you cannot run, don't try out for the track and field team, because then it will affect your self-esteem. Do things, set your expectations to what you know that you can achieve, right? And, you know, it's good to go through it in your head and say, this is how I'm going to approach this, and this is what I will do if I don't achieve what I set out to achieve. All right? Learn ways to relax. Whatever it is that relaxes you, whether it is listening to music, taking a walk, swinging, going to the gym, whatever it is that relaxes you, learn ways to relax and try to do those. Any negative or overcritical thinking that you have, try to counteract it, usually with positive thinking. So, you know, there's a song that says, so that you start to believe it. And not only say it to yourself, but start doing it. Start taking steps towards making these things happen. All right? And that's it for mental health. So we're moving right along now to emotional health. And we're defining emotional health. It says that it has to do with a person's mood or general emotional states. And the moods are usually connected to the hormones, which is so true, because have you ever heard when a woman gets miserable and somebody says, never mind her, it's her time of the month? Nobody? You can answer me now, man.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. That is to be taken literally. It's not a joke.
Yes.
You're saying this is Miss Fagan? Monique? All right, perhaps not. Yeah, so I was saying it is to be taken literally, because
Yeah,
go
that's
right ahead, Monique. Okay, all right. So
I wasn't saying anything. I was just responding to what you had asked.
You're not coming through very clearly, Miss Fagan.
She was just responding to you when you asked the question. She was just saying yes, like everybody else.
All right, I got you. Thank you, Mr. Stoner. Yes, so and it's not only true for women, it's also true for men, because we know that women, we have estrogen and progesterone, and too much of one or too little of one can cause our emotional state to be affected. Too little estrogen causes us to be depressed. Too little progesterone or too much progesterone causes us to be miserable, right? And so yes, because at that time of the month, we are secreting more of those hormones. Yes, it's going to cause us to behave a certain way, but the same is true for men who secrete testosterone. Too much testosterone makes you bossy and overhanded and hard to deal with. And too little testosterone also makes men moody and depressed. So your emotion is connected to your hormones, right? And so emotional health is the ability to recognize and express your feelings adequately. So if you're feeling angry, express your anger. You know, we find in the medical profession of persons who, for example, are receptionists and telephone operators who have to face the public, and persons who work in customer service. Those persons tend to be depressed because they have to put on a certain emotion for the clients that come in. Receptionists, when they answer the phone, they have to answer with a smile. And because they tend to have to mask their real emotions, they tend to get depressed. All right? So let's move on. If this slide will allow me to. All right, how do we enhance our emotional health? It says that we're trying to maintain a positive attitude. And we talked about that a little in mental health. Discover your personal stress reliever, which we also spoke about when we did mental health. Manage your time wisely. And this is something that is going to become very critical in your tertiary education, because you're going to find that all your lecturers are going to be giving you assignments that are due, and the assignment is not necessarily going to be due on the day that you have that class, because the assignments are due. It's due at a certain time so that your grade can be given, so that if there needs to be a resit or a makeup assignment given before exams or whatever the case is. So you're going to have to find a way, you know, to manage your time, to say, okay, I'm going to spend 40 minutes on this course. I'm going to spend 40 minutes on that one. I'm going to spend 25 minutes on that one. And then once that time has expired, you leave what it is and you move on to the next thing. Because what you're going to find, and there are going to be courses that you enjoy more than others. And when you enjoy something more than something else, you spend more time with that. You're going to find that if you don't manage your time wisely, then you're spending all your time with, for example, language, and you're not studying anatomy and physiology, which are the most difficult courses in the college. So you manage your time wisely. It might also mean that you need to spend a little bit more time on the subjects that you're not so good at, and spend a little less time on those that you have already mastered. Share your feelings with someone, because in bottling up your feelings, it tends to cause you to feel the emotions even stronger. Like we said before, we have a guidance counselor. He has an open office policy, open phone policy. You can always call him, you can always email him, you can always go to his office and speak with him. Others here on the campus are also open to speak with you. Seek professional help when you need it, and this I just covered with the guidance counselor. And laugh, man. Laugh at yourself sometimes, you know? And if you can't find anything to laugh on, go on Facebook, go on YouTube and search for funny videos and just laugh. Just laugh. It's good medicine, and it's been proven to improve health. All right? So this should be a video, but it's not playing. So we'll just move right along, and we're gonna look at social health. Social health, it says, is the ability to make and maintain meaningful relationship with others. And this is something that we touched on briefly earlier, because if the relationship is not meaningful, you don't want to maintain that kind of relationship. You know the saying about some persons are for a reason, some for a season, and some for a lifetime. When the season has expired, you can let the friendship go. It was meaningful while it lasted, but it's time for it to end. So don't try to hang on to friendships and relationships that are not meaningful, thereby affecting our social health. Yes? So these are ways that we can cultivate our social health. It says get involved. And here we have clubs and societies and sports teams, etc. And of course, I'm going to use this opportunity to invite everybody to join the First Responders Club. You know, the First Responders Club is a health-based club from the medical department where we train you and certify you to go out with the sporting teams so that, you know, if there are any accidents or injuries, we can respond. Know who your best friends are. Sometimes you are somebody's friend, but that person is not your friend. And we need to know who are her friends, and more importantly, who our best friends are. Because our best friends are the persons that we're going to share our more intimate details with. And we don't want to share that with the wrong person. It says recognize when you're in an unhealthy relationship. And that is something that we touched before. And balance your social life with your academic responsibility. So at GC Foster, there is somewhat of a nightlife. And we're in a buzzing community. Angels down there, Spanish Town up there. But you don't want to know that you're up all night partying or playing dominoes or drinking with your friends or doing whatever you're doing and you're not studying. Because, like I said before, this is an academic institution, academic and sports. And those are the things that when you're leaving here, you want to leave with your academic accreditation and your sporting accreditation if that's what you came for. Right? And then we move on to spiritual health. Spiritual health itself says is a sense of overall purpose in life, you know, or a belief or faith system, or it can be self-created. So it is not necessarily going to church, but it's believing or having faith in something, right? And this too would have been a video to show you how we cater to your spiritual health, because there is General Assembly every Tuesday. And we do encourage all our students to attend General Assembly, because apart from catering to your spiritual needs, also many of the advisories and the announcements that are given are usually given during General Assembly. A number of our students tend to miss important announcements because they don't usually attend General Assembly, and then that would be to your detriment. Right? And how do we boost our spiritual health? It says, find a quiet place and spend time there every day, even if it's in the bathroom. Anywhere where you know you will not be disturbed. Set aside 15 minutes and spend time there every day. You know, contemplate on the meaning of your life. What does my life mean? And this is when the counteraction of overcritical and negative thinking is going to come into play. Because a lot of us will think about the meaning of our lives, and then we'll come up to, my life doesn't mean anything. But then you have to counteract that negative thinking with saying, this is what my life means, not only to me, but to my friends, to my family, and to my loved ones. And because my life is meaningful not only to me, then I have a purpose in this life. It says if you have a religion, study and practice it. And spend time appreciating the natural world around you. There is nothing more beautiful than nature. There's nothing more captivating than nature. So find something in the natural world that you can spend time appreciating. If it's just the difference between the grasses that, you know, here at GC Foster, we have one type of grass around the pool area. We have a different type of grass on the cricket pitch. We have a different type of grass on the football field. And I do believe that there's a different type of grass where the track and field area is. So if it's even the simple things in life are what makes life meaningful. And so if we can spend time appreciating, you know, just the fact that you saw two birds today and the two of them were so completely different. I have never seen yellow birds until I came to GC Foster. And you have all of these little yellow birds flying around. And I'm like, what? They're so yellow. And it's beautiful to think that, you know, have you ever thought that every day feels different? That's a part of nature. And how do you know that every day feels different? Because You may get up one day and say, today feels like Friday. How do you know how Friday feels? That is something to appreciate. Every flower is different. And, it would be good for our spiritual health just to appreciate the natural world around us. All right? And that would be it for the presentation. Thank you so very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, you may ask them now.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome, Mr. Senior. If there are no questions, Ms. Edwards, Mr. Harris is here to go through with the students about the completion of their application form for the health insurance card.
You can go ahead, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris?
Mr. Harris, are you there? Okay, students, so in the interim while we're waiting, Mr. Harris, I'm kindly asking that if you are not logged on with your name, your full name, first and last name, I'm kindly asking that you do so because we'll be taking a register at the end of the session. So kindly rename with your full name. Thank you. Is Mr. Harris there now? Mr. Harris?
It appears we've lost him, Ms. Edwards. It appears that we have lost him. I'm no longer seeing him in the meeting.
Okay. I guess maybe we can take him at a later date once he rejoins, a later time once he rejoins.
Okay. Certainly.
We'll move right into our next presentation, Coping with Stress, with Ms. Zepta Cameron. Mr. Park?
Thank you. Nurse, I want to applaud you. It was such a profound presentation. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I am sure that our participants would have learned a lot from your presentation and the link between the 5 dimensions, and knowing that if one is not correctly balanced, whether the physical, the emotional, or the spiritual, if you do not pay attention and ensure that you're feeding and sustaining the various aspects of your life, then it will affect the entire person. And so it is important for us as individuals to have an holistic approach as it relates to ourselves and our health. It's not only the physical, but we also should pay attention to the emotional and the spiritual. What are the other 2, ladies and gentlemen? Let me see if you were listening. All right.
Mr. Park?
Yes.
I think I'm seeing Mr. Harris.
Oh, Sir Harris is here now? Mr. Harris, could you acknowledge by just unmuting your mic and turning on your camera so that we can see you? All right. Are there any questions on this?
Mr. Harris, we are ready for you. You can as soon as Mr. Park gives you the go ahead, you may go ahead.
Mr. Harris, kindly unmute your mic. I'm not hearing you, so we're going over to you now. So over to you, Mr. Harris. All right, so we're going to be going into our next presentation. Our next presenter is Miss Zepta Cameron. Miss Cameron has been an educator for the last 19 years. She is presently employed as a guidance counselor. She is also a member of the Ministry of Health, Guidance and Counseling Professional Development Committee, where she serves in various capacities. Miss Cameron likes to be mysterious and a very intellectual young lady who seeks to ensure that persons around her are emotionally well. And so it is my delight and privilege to ask my friend Zepta Cameron to present to us at this time on the topic, coping with stress. Ms. Cameron, over to you. Mr. Gale, are you seeing her online?
Could you repeat that, sir?
Are you seeing her online, Ms. Cameron?
Oh, I'm not seeing her.
Seeing her. All right. Well, do you have the promotional video queued or the song queued? We could play that in the interim.
Just a minute, please.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're having some technical difficulties with the internet. I'm suspecting because of the overcast condition, it is having an impact on the Wi-Fi connection and the connectivity. And so we're just trying to do our best we can facilitate this side of it, and we know that technology sometimes is uncertain, so we're trying to work with the flow. All right, are there any concerns while we wait on the promotional video? Do you have any questions coming from yesterday's presentations or from from the presentation today? All right. Hello? Could you identify yourself, please?
Good morning, sir. You hearing me?
Yes, loud and clear.
I'm Dina K. Pinnock, yesterday you said I was supposed to email the email somebody for the ISIMs, the ID number I should say, but I emailed them and I don't get no response.
All right. What is your name?
Dina K. Pinnock.
Dina K. You were approved or conditionally approved?
I was approved.
Very good. And you have made payment already and submitted the receipt?
Yes, sir.
Very good. So your ID will be sent to you later. All right?
Okay, no problem.
All right. If by the end of the day you have not received it, then you just kindly indicate that to me again, and I'll try and work on that for you, yeah?
Okay, sir.
All right.
Mr. Park?
Yes?
Jamar Treasure is asking, how do we register?
Who?
Jamar Treasure.
Asking how do we register?
Yes.
The registration process, Mr. Treasure, involves submitting your documents to the registry. After being approved, then you will do your medical and submit that form, after which it will be perused by a nurse, and if you get a nod of approval, then you would proceed to get clearance from the accounts department. If you have done so, if you have gotten clearance from the accounts department, then your next step would be to access the ISIMs and to register for the courses, sign up for the courses. All right, so it's a process.
All right, Sam.
What stage in the process are you?
I missed a call. I'm not sure if he was trying to call me.
All right, the person who is speaking, your mic is open, so we're hearing the private conversation. I'm not sure if I answered the question. Is this Mr. Reynolds? Who is presently sharing their screen? All right, Mr. Gale, do you have the song, CONT'D song ready?
I have the promotional video. I'll be queuing right now.
All right. So we will be contacting the next presenter, and so we're asking you to once again take this commercial break. We're going to be going through the promotional video.
Hello.
Then we will get back on stream. All right, over to you, Mr. Gale.
I'm not get you, but I'm call him again.
Conditioning the body and mind, contributing to holistic development. This can be your experience at the G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport, the only institution of its kind in the English-speaking Caribbean. The institution uses state-of-the-art equipment including a new 400 meters track donated by the Sport Development Foundation, and international comparable training techniques and technology to teach the importance of physical literacy and sport, opening doors for careers in multiple fields, from event management, massage therapy to fitness instruction. The institution offers various levels of education, from certificate to postgraduate.
There are quite a few programs that we do offer that you'd call not necessarily conventional programs. We try to get the student optimally rounded so they can introduce different sporting activities to the students when they go out in the world of work.
Students are given the opportunity to hone and shape what is learned in theory through practical exercises in the various facilities provided for multiple sporting disciplines. For the past 36 years, BC Foster College of Physical Education and Sport, with its well-trained staff, has been providing Jamaica and the world with physical education and sports specialists.
GC Foster laid the foundation for a scientific understanding of the sports, science, and its various disciplines, track and field, football, volleyball, basketball, and so on. It also laid the foundation for emotional support in terms of understanding human behavior. Learn how to deal with situations that are quite common to group dynamics.
The college facilitated my preparation as a referee because of the numerous fields, so I use it to train to keep up my fitness level.
It's not very easy over here, but it basically helps me to become a mentally and physically tough person.
Nothing in life comes easy, and you have to work whatever it is that you want. They have given me the platform to gain an education and to work. So I'm really grateful for the opportunity that they have blessed me with.
At the GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sport, you can find your place on the field, track, court, in the pool, ring, over the table, across the net, or at the front of the class. The GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sport, a world-class training institution.
And since we have been talking, I'm clicked on the
Conditioning the body and mind, contributing to holistic development. This can be your experience at the GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sport, the only institution of its kind in the English-speaking Caribbean. The institution uses state-of-the-art equipment, including a new 400 meters track donated by the Sport Development Foundation, and international comparable training techniques and technology to teach the importance of physical literacy and sport, opening doors for careers in multiple fields, from event management, massage therapy to fitness instruction. The institution offers various levels of education, from certificate to postgraduate.
There are quite a few programs that we do offer that you'd call not necessarily conventional programs. We try to get the students optimally rounded so they can introduce different sporting activities to the students when they go out in the world of work.
Students are given the opportunity to hone.
We go from strength to strength and fill our hearts with pride. It's good the time we spent, we're feeling good inside. And now you're here with me, so keep the
prospective students, did you hear that school song?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
How
Yes,
you like
sir.
it? How you like it?
It sounds really good.
All right.
Good.
All right. Awesome. Now you see why I was adamant in playing it yesterday. All right. So I'm gonna play it one more time while we get these presenters online. But I want you to go to your program that was sent to you, and I want you to follow the school song. All right. So you can basically grasp the words. All right.
Who's that?
Right, or the college song rather. All right, I'm gonna play it right now.
You might hear me.
We are ready.
You can go ahead and play it, sir.
We are ready, sir.
Just give him a second. He'll play shortly.
Okay, okay.
In the interim, I'm not sure if you have seen that our administrator, Mr. Okunsane, he said that your ID, program, and other pertinent information necessary for your account activation and course selection will be emailed to you tomorrow. The account activation and course selection tutorial links will also be included in the message. So you can all check your email.
Noted, Miss.
I'm not hearing anything. Is anyone there?
I'm not hearing anything either.
Yeah, it looks like today is the day for all the technical difficulties to show.
Let's check if they can hear me now, Gail.
We're still working to see if we can get
I'm on the thing now. I'm not sure if they can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you, Mr. Harris. Can you hear me? Mr. Harris, can you hear me?
I'm hearing you, Mr. Gill. Mr. Park, sorry.
Yeah, this is Mr. Park. All right. So we're just waiting on an item to be completed and then we'll go straight to you. All right?
Not a problem.
Okay. Mr. Gale, we're asking you to pause the song at this time. We didn't hear the song. Apparently, the video was not shared. Let's say the audio was not shared. All right. So, kindly just pause it. Mr. Harris is here. We want to have him present to us at this time.
Not a problem.
All right. Over to you, Mr. Harris. The students are here and are waiting.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Good morning, students.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr.
All right.
Morning, sir.
Apologies for the technical challenges, but our duty is to hurdle them and to move on. And as students, you'll have your challenges, but I have the confidence that just like how we're moving on this morning, you'll be able to move on too. So this morning, we're going to spend a few minutes talking about insurance. Can anybody tell me what is insurance? No? Well, simply put, insurance is an arrangement that guarantees compensation for certain and specific losses, damages, illness, injury, or death, association, or a company. There are several types of insurance, but the insurance that is specific to your student status at GC Foster will be health insurance and personal accident insurance. Does anybody know what we mean when we speak about health insurance? Students?
Good morning, Mr. Harris.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Yes, Monique Fagan here. Health insurance, as you would state that insurance would be processes taken to provide coverage. So health insurance would be looking at the community one now with GC as a family would be an insurance that covers student and staff that safeguard that they steps that they can take that after they have taken sick, there's a fund that they can go to either to prevent further illness or to provide coverage after they're sick.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good morning. My name is O'Neill Taylor.
Andrew.
O'Neill.
O'Neill. Okay, O'Neill.
Yeah. Health insurance taken out to cover the cost of medical care.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Two very good answers. Both are correct. And by the answers, would have picked up that you could access health insurance in two ways. One, you could access health insurance through a credit arrangement, or you could access health insurance by payment, direct payment. Now let us look at both of them. The credit arrangement is where you're given an health card, and in some cases, 2 health cards. And when you go to a doctor or a pharmacy, you present these forms or this card, and they swipe the card and render the service to you. In that situation, you have gotten credit. All right? Credit in terms of the provider who gave the service or provided the prescription drugs. That particular provider was not paid on the spot, but based on the contractual arrangement that provider has with the insurance company with whom you are insured, they'll be able to claim their money from the provider. Everybody understand that one?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yes, sir.
There's also another method. And this method is where you'll pay from your pocket directly on spot to the provider, and then you leave and make a claim thereafter. So it's up to you, but the preferred method is the one where you present your health card and then the provider makes the claim. And that is why your health card becomes personal and important very important that you secure it, keep it safe, that you do not lend it out, that you do not rent it to anybody, but you are the only person that uses this health card. There are a lot of people who abuse the health card. It is not supposed to be abused. It's a personal card that is supposed to be used by you for your benefit only. Now, GC Foster College has been very considerate in planning and managing the affairs and welfare of its students. And because of that, GC Foster has in place a health insurance plan, but it also has in place a personal accident insurance plan. Now, you are brilliant with the health insurance. Tell me what it is. Anybody can give me an idea what is personal accident insurance?
Sure, I think it's in case of anything that go wrong with you, like you have an accident, like while you're playing sports or so.
And who is this?
You're speaking to Kejon Lindsay.
Kejon?
Yes, sir.
Very good answer. Excellent answer. Personal accident insurance is, as it says, an injury that results from an accident to any person covered under the plan. So as Kejon says, you could be playing a game of football and you get a rough tackle, you hurt your ankle, you hurt your knee. You could be traveling on the bus to a game. Unfortunately, the bus meets in an accident, but you get a personal injury. You could be at home, rains, and you're going around the place and you slip and you fell and you hurt yourself. Another personal accident injury. Now, the plan that GC Foster has for you guys covers you for all those that we have mentioned and more. And it does not only cover you whilst you're at school, and when I say at school now, I'm including virtually as well, but it covers you over the weekend, on holidays, 24/7, anywhere in the world you may go. So one of the things you need to bear in mind is you must applaud, you must show appreciation for your school for providing this kind of coverage for you. Now let us take a moment to look at some of the benefits that you have under your coverage from GC Foster. I will start with the personal accident coverage. Under the personal accident plan, you all have $100,000 of coverage. Now, depending on the injury, you will have access to amounts varying. It's guided by the type of injury that you have. And the injury, maybe more than an injury, it could be death. And if death comes, you're also covered, right? So generally speaking, people are very uncomfortable to speak about personal accident insurance, particularly when it comes on to death and so on. But it's a reality of our time, and it's not something that we should shy away from. Any questions on it? Personal accident?
No, sir.
As sports people, you know, personal accident is always very close. Injuries are very close. So it's important you understand the concept of personal accident insurance. Was someone asking a question?
Yes, sir. It's Kejon Lindsay.
Kejon, yeah.
You said there's amount on the card. So can that amount like be topped up, or if it like
you're health insurance now, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, the amount on the card is replenished each year.
Okay.
So you'll be a GC Foster for 4 years. And in year 1, I mentioned earlier on that you get a card or 2 cards. Where you are concerned, the students at GC Foster is concerned, they will receive 2 cards. 1 card will be what is called a benefit card that will have a limited number of benefits listed on it and the amount that it is covered for. And importantly, it will have the year of coverage on it. Another card will be your swipe card. Now, this is a card that is used like a credit card. Why I say use like a credit card? Whereas your benefit card expires each year, your swipe card does not. So please do not disregard or throw away your swipe card at the end of a school year. because that is a swipe card you're going to use for all 4 years at GC Foster. All right? So, Kejon, after year 1, you'd have used certain amount of benefits of your card. All of those benefits are replenished in full for year 2. Good?
Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
Good. Any other question? Any other questions?
Sir, Akeem Moore speaking.
Sorry?
Akeem Moore speaking, sir.
Akeem. Yes, Akeem.
So the insurance, sir, covers all of that, sir.
You're low, Akeem. I'm not hearing you clearly.
You're low, Akeem. I'm not hearing you clearly. The insurance that we paid is going to cover all of that?
Yes, man. Yes.
Okay.
And that's why I made the point that it's important for you as students to appreciate the kindness and the goodwill of GC, because this is not available to all students in all colleges, eh?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Mr. Harris.
Good morning.
My name is Cedric Coleman.
Cedric, yes.
I would like to find out, like after, say for instance, we had finished our 4 years and so on, could we still pay that insurance or coverage?
You could pay for insurance, but not the GC Foster plan coverage, because that is exclusively and specially designed for students and staff at GC Foster College. But the good news is there are other forms of insurance, some similar, some different, that you could go on to. For example, let's say you become a teacher. The government of Jamaica has a plan for its employees, and you'll be entitled to go on that plan. So whilst you'll be removed from the GC Foster plan, it doesn't mean that you will not be able to have coverage. Additionally, if you go to the private sector, most private sector companies, or a good number of them I should say, do have health insurance plans in place, and you could also have a private plan that you take out on your own. Obviously that one is a little bit more expensive, but you do have that option. So the answer is Cedric, you will have opportunities to continue your coverage under a different plan after leaving GC Foster.
Okay, sir, thanks.
Good. Any more questions? Everybody comfortable that we understand the principles of personal accident insurance? Well, let's wrap up on personal accident then. So the primary difference between the personal accident and health insurance and how they are applied and treated is that whereas in health insurance, you may access the benefits in one of 2 ways. And anybody remember the 2 ways? Remind me of the 2 ways we mentioned earlier. Credit?
Sir? Oh.
Yes.
You have the credit and you have the pay and claim.
Correct. Good. Where the personal accident is concerned, it's only one way, and it's the second way, as mentioned in the health, and that is pay and claim. And this is so because you get no card for the personal accident coverage. All right? All right, students?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's move across to health insurance now and take a look at the benefits that you have under this plan. For doctor's visits, you have $900 per visit to the doctor. All right? So if you go to a doctor and the doctor is charging $1,000, you'd need to find $100 from your pocket, and the doctor will receive the remaining $900 from the card. All right? For prescription drugs, there's an allotment of $3,000 on prescription drugs, which means again that if you go to a pharmacy and you haven't gone to the doctor, you receive a prescription for $1,000 and you go to the pharmacy, what the pharmacist will do will calculate 80% of the cost of the prescription, and in this case it will be $800. They'll take the $800 from the card and ask you to pay the $200 and give you your prescription. Do we understand that?
Yes, sir.
Sure?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Sir, could you go over it again,
the benefits
please?
that you have. All right. Let's use the principle of calculating the 80-20% normally charged when you go to use the card. The basic thing to understand in health insurance is that you also assist in covering yourself. The insurance usually covers up to an amount that is stated on your benefit card, or a brochure might be given to you with additional information, because the benefit card only lists about 7 benefits, and there are a lot of benefits. So the other benefits that are not listed on the card, a brochure is usually given to you, and sometimes too, a chart might be placed around the campus so you could go and look at to refresh your memory. Now, when you get a prescription drug at the doctor, you present your health card. What the pharmacist is going to do, because you are responsible for 20% and the card for 80%, the pharmacist is going to calculate what is 80%. And he or she is going to take that amount from the card. So in this instance, 80% of 1,000 is $800. So the pharmacist would take $800 from the card, reducing the balance on the card now to $2,200, and would say to you, you are to pay me $200, give you your prescription, and that's it. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Everybody, any concern? Everybody
Yes,
clear?
sir. Yes, sir.
Good.
Understood.
Now, it's important to understand, students, that although the principle is an 80-20 principle, meaning you cover 20% and the insurance through the card covers 80%. You cover 20, the card with insurance covers 80. You must recognize that there is a balance. It's not unlimited funds. So that 80% is covered up to the maximum shown on the card. Understood? Mm-hmm. And that is why for the prescription drugs, I mentioned that the balance is not. Are you clear on that?
Yes, sir.
Good. It's important for you to know too that when the $3,000 that you get on your card is finished, it doesn't mean that your drug allotment is finished. What it means is that your credit amount is finished. So if you have other prescriptions to fill, what happens now is that you now have to pay for it, 100% of it. And then you submit a claim to the insurance company for your 80%. So to sum that up, for the first $3,000 of claim, it's the first method, the method of credit. And for claims after the exhaustion of $3,000, it's the second method, pay and claim. Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Wonderful.
Good.
Yes, sir.
Yes, good. Now you're covered for, apart from prescription drugs and doctor's visits, you're covered for consultations, referred or unreferred. You're covered for pediatrician access, but you're all over the age of 12, so you would not fall in the category of a child, so you won't benefit there. You're covered for chiropractor, physiotherapy, speech therapy, occupational therapy, all of those specialized treatments from the doctor you're covered for. Another area covered under health insurance is the area of labs and x-rays and ECGs and pap smear and so on that we commonly refer to as diagnostic services. The x-rays and the labs are paid up to $2,000, and the other diagnostic services like the ECGs and the EKGs and so on, those are paid at 80% of cost. So you'd only pay 20% when you seek to have those services. All right? Following, still clear? Want to make sure that everybody is fully on board and understand what we're talking about?
Clear, sir.
Very good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very good. Hospitalization. Just in case you get seriously ill or seriously injured and you need to be hospitalized, there's a basic amount of $50,000 that is covered under the plan for hospitalization. You require surgery. There is an additional amount that goes into major medical, right? Which is what we're going to talk about next. So, in case you're hospitalized, always remember that you have two amounts of money to benefit from. For the basic hospitalization, you have $50,000, and just in case it's a more serious situation, surgery, that sort of a thing, it goes into $50,000. So I don't want any student of GC Foster to be hospitalized and be told, or to be told that they will be requiring surgery and they have to stay in the hospital for a few days and put their hand on the head and say, boy, I only have $50,000. No. So what do we do? Just in case you are in that position or situation, ask your doctor for a pro forma invoice, which basically outlines the number of days you'll be in hospital, the cost for his services, and the hospital charges. You give that to us, and we will do the rest. Okay?
Can you repeat again, sir?
Yes, sir.
Didn't get that.
Yes, sir.
All right. Just in case someone gets seriously ill to the point where they require to be hospitalized and to do a surgery, there's a responsibility that you have that you need to have covered and done right away. Say to your doctor, Doc, could you give me a pro forma invoice? And this is basically a listing of the services to be provided and the cost. So he'll be doing a surgery on you. What are his charges? Normally his charges are broken down into his surgeon's charge, his assistant surgeon's charge, and the anesthetist charge. What are the charges of the hospital? They normally charge for a room and board daily charge. They normally charge for miscellaneous services, which include any drip you may get, any use of bandages, and sometimes too they charge for the room, the operating theater that you may go in to do the surgery. All of these are broken down and put on that pro forma invoice, and you would give that invoice to us, and then we would take it from there. All right?
Yes, sir.
Good. Any questions so far? Are we clear?
Harris?
Yes.
Fagan here, sir. I have a question. What if there's a situation where I have already exhausted the basic, which is the 50,000, and I have a situation where I have to do emergency surgery, and I don't have time for the doctor to do the pro forma invoice, which would have all the expenses and stuff? Could it be done after the surgery is done?
Yes. Yes.
What time period after do I have?
Sorry?
How long after the surgery, can that be done?
All claims have an expiration date of expiration time of 90 days. However, in this instance that you have pointed out, you'll be owing people, eh? The doctor will be expecting his money, and the hospital will be expecting their money. So what we'd recommend is that as soon as possible, you let us know that you're actually in the hospital. Now, you have some added security in that as students, GC Foster would advise us that you have been hospitalized. So you'd find that your situation would not come to much of a headache for you, because if you're unable to advise us unconscious or overly ill or something like that, it's not a big issue on your part because GC Foster would have advised us. But I'm also informing you, were it not a situation where you were covered at GC Foster, you were on your own, what would you need to do? Yes, you could have the procedure done, and right after the procedure, you go about seeking to sort the paperwork out, or during your stay in hospital, once you're fit enough, you advise us that you're in hospital. Advising us that you're in hospital is good enough. We will come in and do the rest.
Thank you very much, sir.
Very good. Now, ladies, you're also covered for maternity benefits, but I sincerely hope that we won't be needing that one. The final thing we're going to look at on the health insurance before we go to major medical is your dental and optical allowances. Now, for each, there is a $4,000 that is available for each. And unlike, because I'm stressing this point because a number of persons tend to believe that dental and optical are treated similarly to prescription drugs. And this is not so. Whilst your prescription drug goes into major medical when the face amount is exhausted, your dental and optical, they do not. So your $4,000 for dental is your allowance for the year, and your $4,000 for optical is your allowance for the year. And these amounts may not be transferred or may not be combined. They are separate. All right? Major medical. Each student will be assigned a major medical lifetime maximum of $1.5 million. And this is a substantive portion of the health insurance coverage. Now, what does this mean? Broadly speaking, your plan has two sides to it. The first is your bills, etc., etc. However, there are some benefits that will require a greater sum than the sum applied under your basic plan. The insurance companies and the insurance plan understands this. And the importance of health insurance, remember, is to guarantee certain coverages for certain situations when they arise. It would make little sense if you had no further benefit than the ones on the basic. So the plan is structured in such a way that if you do not need to use the second component, that's fine. You stick to the first component because you're healthy and you're well. But just in case you're not, the second component is in place, and the value of that second component, no $5 million. So when we speak about your prescription drugs being $3,000 for your basic allowance, if that $3,000 is exhausted and you need additional funds, you move across to your major medical. This is the fund we're talking about. When we speak about your surgery is $50,000 or your hospitalization benefit is $50,000, but if you require additional amounts because of surgery or extended stay in hospital, you move to major medical. This is the 1.5 million we're talking about. And again, amount is replenished each year. Questions?
Mr. Harris.
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, so how would a student like myself go about accessing the major medical? Would it have to be a case where I apply for use of those funds or?
No. Once you are enrolled, and we are going to go through how you are enrolled. Once you're enrolled on the plan of JC Foster College, you'll be receiving 2 L cards. Your benefit card, which is renewed each year, and your swipe card, which you'll keep for the duration of your 4 years. When let's say you are on the field jogging and you feel a pain in your stomach or somewhere, you went to the doctor. The doctor will take your swipe card. They'll first take the benefit card, which verifies that you are a bona fide member of the JC Foster L plan. They'll give you back that card. Then they'll take the swipe card, they'll swipe it for the $900 of the office visit. And if there's a difference, you pay that. It doesn't end there because the doctor says, boy, I think I need to refer you to the hospital. You probably need to do a surgery. You go to the hospital and they say, boy, it's a little more than that. We need to admit you. You ask for the invoice that we mentioned earlier. You're given the invoice and you take that invoice into the nurse or into the VP's office at JC Foster College and they'll get it to us. Immediately, we chip in the major medical component. So there's nothing more you need to do than follow the basic procedure, going to the doctor, advising nurse or the VP's office that you have been referred for surgery. Once you have done that, they will engage us and we'll get the major medical factor chipped in right away.
All right, sir. Thanks for the info.
Very well. Any other question? Are we very clear on health insurance, students?
Yes, sir.
I want to hear from everybody. Are we very clear on health insurance?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Who would like to just recap for me and tell us a little bit about personal accident insurance and a little about health insurance? Would like to recap. One person take one. So we have 2 persons recapping for us. Let's go with personal accident first. Who would like to go? Nobody? All right, quickly recapping personal accident insurance. Personal accident insurance is a provision of guaranteed cover just in case you get hurt, physically, personally, you get hurt. Broken leg, broken arm, cut, bruises, that sort of a thing. Loss of a finger, loss of a limb. It covers up to death. And that's your personal accident. It's not offered on credit. It's a situation where you'd have to pay and claim. So if you have a loss of limb, you lost an arm, for example, the procedures that you will undergo, it's not like health insurance. You would walk in and take out your card. You undergo the procedure, you get your receipts, and you submit your receipts with your claim. Have a broken arm, the same thing. You go in, you get your receipts, you submit it with your claim. So that's your personal accident insurance. And remember that benefit under this type of policy is only payable following an accident. It's only payable to injuries that occur as a result of an accident. Remember. Very well. Health insurance now. Do we have someone who wishes to cap this for us?
Yes, sir. I'll do the health insurance. So the health insurance, I'm Fagan speaking, sir. The health insurance, it comes in two forms. Monique Fagan.
Thanks, Monique, yeah.
Yes, so the health insurance, it comes in two forms. There's a credit and then there's a pay and claim.
Yeah.
For the credit, there's a certain amount of money that is allotted. For instance, for doctor's visit, it is $900 per visit.
Yeah.
For the prescription, it would be a cap of $3,000 for the credit, and the pharmacist would charge 80% of the total cost. And the example that you gave was, if the cost was $1,000, then we would actually pay $800. Sorry, we would actually pay, the health card will cover $800, and then we would pay the $200. And then the money from that would be subtracted. You hear me?
I'm hearing you, but I'm interrupting you. Let me ask you, what if the cost at the pharmacy was $1,600?
If the cost at the pharmacy was $1,600, I'm not a math person, sir. I have to work it out.
All right.
So I'm not a math person. I'm not working my poor brain. But I just know that it is, we would actually only pay 20% of the figure, probably about $400 something, or $800. Anyways, $400, I think, sir. So, yes.
You're correct. You're correct.
Okay, so
I believe if you use that figure, because you could just double all the other costs, and would have been correct. But the principle that you need to be aware of is the 80-20 principle. All right?
Yeah. Yes, sir. And then you mentioned things, for instance, X-ray, diagnostic test, hospitalization, and so forth. For the X-ray, you mentioned that it was $2,000. The diagnostic test was 80% of the cost. Hospitalization comes in two forms. There is the basic, which covers $50,000, and then there's a surgical component. And then, for instance, you explained that if we were to do surgery after the fact, then we could ask the doctor to fill out, tell the doctor, so to speak, to fill out a pro forma invoice, and it will cover all the expenses. There's also dental and optical coverage, and also maternity benefits. And under the major medical, this is the amount that is allotted to all students, and it is replenished yearly. So for instance, when we have exceeded the amount that we would get for the prescription, for example, or for the hospitalization, this is a fund that we would actually go back to claim from.
Very good. Monique Fagan, you have done very well. The others should give you a little applause. And I tell you something, I have a prize for you. I'll take it to GC Foster when next time there and leave it at the VP's office for you. Excellent. Well done.
Well done, Monique Fagan.
Pardon me?
All right. Sorry?
Well done, Monique Fagan.
Oh, someone commending Monique?
You're welcome.
Who was that, Samantha?
Shadeen Bartley, sir.
Oh, Shanique. Yes, Shanique.
Shadeen. I was just commenting Monique Fagan.
Okay. Very well. Very well. Very well.
Okay, sir.
All right. Final thing we're going to look at is how do you get on? How do you enroll? Now, all of you will be sent an enrollment form by GC Foster for completion. And it's very important that you complete this form properly. Very important, all right? Anybody have an idea what may be contained, what information may be required in an enrollment form?
Hello, good morning. Onika Reynolds here.
Didn't get the name?
Onika Reynolds.
Tamiko.
Onika.
Onika. Okay, Onika.
Yeah. The basic things that be in the enrollment form, you say, I'm thinking about, aside from name and birth certificate, of course, subject, previous high school or previous institution, probably medical history, like if you have asthma or this type of stuff, and any problems with the law, anything like that. Yeah.
Excellent, Onika. All you have said are critical areas that the insurer needs to know when he's going to provide coverage for you. Because let's remember this, students. When you complete the forms for insurance, what you're actually doing is applying. You're saying, here are my details. May I be covered? It's not automatic that you're covered. You can be rejected. And that is why it's important that you take special care in completing the enrollment form. Because if you do not write legibly, if you do not answer honestly, it could redound to your detriment at a later date. So the form will require some personal information, your name, your address, your date of birth, your gender. It's very important that those questions are answered properly. Now, it may sound simple, but it's amazing how many people answer those questions less than accurately. And I'll give you an example. Your name may be Jonathan Thomas, but you may simply be called John, and you may write John Thomas on a number of your documents. You may even use John Thomas at school and it's accepted. But your formal name is Jonathan. Now, you complete your insurance form using John Thomas. And then you have a claim, you have a surgery, you have something important, and your ID is required. And your ID says Jonathan. Your application says John. You'll not be considered as the same person. So it's important that we pay attention to detail and complete the form properly, correctly, and wholly. The second bit of information that it asks for, the second category of information, is your banking information. Now, why is this important? When you have a claim, remember you are now familiar with health insurance, so you know that you can pay or you can use credit. And you know that if you exhaust your $3,000 that is given initially for prescription drugs, you know that you're not going to pay and claim. So when those situation arises, you can have that refund sent directly to your account instead of having a check and you have to leave GC Foster, whether you're physically there or you're virtually at home. You have to leave your time when you should be spending focusing on your schoolwork to go to a bank, to lodge, or to cash. Particularly in this time, when you do not really want to go into a crowded bank, you could have that payment sent directly to your account. But you can only have it so done if you were to complete that section and give off that information. It goes down to ask information about your beneficiaries. Why is this important? Remember that you're not only covered for health, you're covered for personal accident. And the one enrollment form is used for both coverages. So, God forbid you were to die, and there's a benefit that is to be paid. In the event of death, it could only be paid to someone known, and they are known because they were stated on your form by you. So when I say someone known, I mean someone known to the insurance policy. The insurance policy recognizes Marva Thomas as the mother of Jonathan Thomas, as revealed by Jonathan Thomas in his application for insurance under GC Foster's students plan on the enrollment form he completed and the date. Everybody following me so far?
Yes, sir.
Very good. And then the form asks you to sign and date. Again, we have a lot of issues here where some people sign but they don't date. It's important for you to date it because you will see some forms dated November 10th. And then there's a claim coming in for September 20. The date is very important, all right? Someone may come and say, I haven't gotten an L card. And you say, well, let us check it out to see where your thing is. And when you look at it, or my L card is improperly dated. And when you look at it, that information is missing from the enrollment form. How do you ensure the information is on the enrollment form? You put a date on it. All right, so it's very important. On the flip side of the form, you have one of the things that Onika mentioned, the your medical history. Now, this is where you simply tick yes or no to the questions asked. Do you have asthma? Yes or no. Hypertension, yes or no. Seen a doctor in the last 2-3 years, yes or no. Very basic. And again, you must sign the document every time you complete a legal questionnaire, make a legal submission. You must end that process by signing and dating. Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
Very good. So,
yes, sir.
Students, that basically brings us to the end of the presentation on health insurance and the personal accident insurance. Know that you are aware, I'm expecting everybody to proceed with completing the forms properly when you receive it and submitting them on time. Timing is very important in insurance, and I expect you to follow the requirements because nobody knows when you'll require or you'll be in need of this facility. I'm going to ask you to take my number down, and if you have any questions or queries, you can always call me or WhatsApp me, and we'll have it addressed for you. Ready? Ready for the number?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes,
All right.
sir.
876
876
365.
Ready for the number.
Yeah, man, I'm giving it now. 876, which is the local code. And I make sure I give you that because you may not necessarily be in Jamaica when you're calling me. 365 6358.
6358.
Repeat.
365 6358.
Yes, sir.
Repeat. 876 365 6358.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Quick question before you go, Mr. Harris.
Yeah.
Like how you have the nurse. She's her name is Miss Sadler, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And you're Mr. Harris. She's the nurse, but what are you? I want to like write that beside your name.
Oh, I'm the insurance consultant.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're most welcome. I didn't get your name.
Onika Reynolds.
Oh, Onika. Okay.
Yes.
Good. Any other question from anyone? Anything you're not clear about?
Sir, could you say your name again, please?
Fritz, spelling it F-R-I-T-Z. The first name, and the surname is Harris, Harris.
Thank you, sir.
You're most welcome.
For those who did not get the number, it is placed in the chat. All right. So Mr. Harris's number has been placed in the chat. All right.
All right. Have a good time, students. I wish you all the best for your tenure studies and study to show thyself approved. Jamaica needs you. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Likewise.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right.
So, Mr. Harris?
Yes.
On behalf of all of us here at GC Foster College and our new students, I would like to say thank you for providing us with very detailed information. And I'm sure that now they all understand what are insurance benefits and health card benefits that are available to them and how they benefit. I know this because when you ask if there are any other questions, nobody had any questions. So I'm sure they all understood what you had to say. Once again, thank you very much.
You're most welcome. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Take care, sir.
Good.
Bye, sir.
Bye-bye.
So we will move into our next presentation, which will be Coping with Stress by Miss Zepta Cameron. Mr. Park will introduce her. Mr. Park?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, the privilege is mine to introduce my friend, Miss Zepta Cameron. Miss Cameron has been an educator for over 19 years. She is a guidance counselor by profession. She is also a member of the Guidance Counselors Professional Development Committee at the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, Region 6, the Guidance Unit, there at Old Harbor. Miss Cameron is someone that likes to be mysterious, she says. She is an overcomer, somebody who has gone through very traumatic and severe life experiences and has overcome them with some amount of grace. And she is still among us and giving God thanks. And so at this time, she is not well, although she looks lovely, and she has decided to brace the feeling and to present to us. And I thank her so much for doing this. So at this time, I'm going to ask you to listen attentively as she presents to us. Thank you so much, Ms. Cameron. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Park. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, miss.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, okay. And you can see me, right?
Yes,
Yes,
most
Miss.
definitely.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, so as Mr. Park told you, my name is Zepta Cameron, and I have been in education for over 9 years. I've worked with students from the kindergarten, so from 4 years old straight up to university. And I think, like many of you, if 2020 was a person, I would probably go off time with a shotgun. So let us get into it. Let us talk about the stress, because this year has certainly brought us to a level of stress that no one could have ever dreamed of. Am I the only person who can say this? If you can say it, say amen.
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 Okay.
Amen.
Now, some people will not agree with me when I say stress is a part of life. But the fact is, once you have a situation where two or more persons are gathered and will have to work on anything, you're going to have conflict. And once there is conflict, inevitably there you're going to have stress, right? So let us look at it. I'm going to look at it in 3 parts. I shan't be long because I am not at optimum. I'm hoping that everybody can see me and hear me because I am on my veranda. Forgive me, I don't have a home office, and the lighting is better on the veranda. Okay, now let's look at it. Stress as a student. This school year 2020 is like none other. Many of us would have had probably parents who lost their job because of COVID. Some of us who would have been working to send ourselves to school did not get the opportunity this year to go abroad and work. Some of us who would have been working part-time to send ourselves to school didn't get that, no longer have that opportunity. So we're questioning ourselves. Fees, how are we going to pay the fees? How are we going to maintain ourselves? Right? We look at our home situation. Sometimes the income earner at home is no longer working, or the income is so drastically reduced. Sometimes we look at it and the level of stress that has come about this year, and we say to ourselves, Lord Jesus, I wonder if it makes sense. But no knowledge is ever wasted, and it takes perseverance to get to anywhere you want to get to. Because as long as you're going to try to move forward, there will always be someone or something trying to stop you. So, whilst amidst all of this, as a student, you have to be focused on your goals, right? Coming in, I think I'm speaking mainly to first year students. Am I, Paul?
Yes, these are all first year students.
Yes. So coming in, you were excited about going over to GC Foster and moving away from home, but for this semester you're staying home and you're online. And I think by now, if you have met any of your lecturers, they're going to tell you, oh, it's nothing like what you did in high school. And it's true. Back in 2004, 2005, there was a movement, and it said you were reading for your degree. When you go to college, your teachers, your lecturers facilitate you. you're going to be working by yourself. In that, much of the work, you will have to put it in, right? And one of the things that this causes is anxiety and uncertainty, because here you're going to be questioning, am I doing the right thing? But guess what? Every college, every university provides its students with a cheat sheet. What am I talking about? Every course you go to, you are going to get what is called a course outline. And that will tell you all the topics that you're going to cover. So the major topics and all the subtopics, and it will give you the activities that you're going to do, and also the assignments and when they are due. Now, a prudent student, can you still see me?
Yes,
hello?
Yes, we
Still
can.
seeing
We're seeing you, Zepta, but the audio is a little poor and visual. The camera is, the quality is very poor. I'm wondering if you're far away from the Wi-Fi.
The Wi-Fi is in the living room, so I'm right next door to it.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Is that better?
Yes.
All right. So your course outline gives you a lot of information. So my advice to all students is to read your course outline. And if you can read ahead of your class, trust me, you will stay ahead of the class. And being ahead of the class is a good thing. So ensure that when you go to your classes, you ask for your course outline and you read it. That helps to reduce your anxiety and your stress as to what is it I am doing? What is it that I am supposed to do? Another thing is your student handbook. Ensure that you have a copy of your student handbook because that outlines your rights and responsibilities as a student. And what happens a lot of the time is that when things happen, students say, we never know. But if you have your student handbook and you have read it, it will tell you your rights and your responsibility and your recourse in case you feel that you were unjustly treated by a lecturer. So therefore, these two things already set you ahead as a student. Secondly, your rubric. For each assignment, a teacher, a lecturer must use a rubric to mark it. Ask your lecturer for the rubric. What does it do? The rubric tells you exactly what the lecturer is looking for and exactly the weighting for each section of the work that is assigned. So say, for instance, they ask you to write an essay on a particular topic. Say why exercise is important. In the rubric, it tells you how much the marks will be laid out for grammar. It tells you how much marks are there for content. And so you already would know what it is that the teacher is looking for. So when you sit down to write, you are already working with 100% because you know what the lecturer is looking for and you know what you are to give them. Another thing in terms of your student life that helps is to speak with students in the upper year. So speak with the second year students who would have had that lecture. They will tell you the teacher's likes and dislikes, right? And they will be able to guide you and navigate you through to what is it that the teacher is looking for. Does this teacher like creativity, or are they somebody who stick to the formal method of presentation? So you will know what this person is looking for, and you will be ahead of the game. Another thing your library normally has is past paper exams. Always look for the past paper exams, because these give you an idea of the questions that will be asked, and you can now practice how you would answer certain questions, just like how you did for CSEC when you got the past papers. Is the same thing you're going to do for your college exams. So you would be able to answer, right? So that should, in terms of your academic life, help. Another thing is your time management. A lot of students tend to say, "I have no time, everybody wants this, everybody." But again, if you use your course outline to help structure your time, it will help to reduce your stress. In that, once you know when your paper or your exam is due, you can start your preparation. You can start beforehand. So you do not wait until the lecture. Some might not even tell you that that you have a paper due until it's time for them to collect, and they say, "Okay, come tomorrow, I will collect the paper." Right? So you have to know, be ahead of the game. Use your course outline to structure your time, so you know how much time you're going to spend in your reading, how much time you're going to spend in preparing. You will know exactly what amount of time you will need to spend at the library in research, and so that you can put forth a paper that is adequately prepared and presented, so that you can get your optimum marks. Now, for a lot of students, money is an issue, especially for those who are trying to find ways, because maybe they'll be able to find this term's tuition. But might I suggest to you that you visit the Ministry of Education website, visit the Ministry of Finance website, speak with your school counselor and registrar. Why? Because they would be aware of certain scholarships that are available. Speak with, visit the websites of companies like JPS, Carreras, Grace. These companies offer scholarships to students. Courts, NCB, Scotia, JN. If you are a member of the Kiwanis Club, I can say to you, yes, they too offer scholarships. Companies like Windalco, once you work, all you have to do is live in the area that they operate, and you are automatically eligible for a scholarship. So visit these persons, and that will help to reduce your stress as a student in terms of your finances. Secondly, your hobbies. Turn your hobbies as much as you can. Turn your hobbies into a profit-making entity. Some of us, our hobby is dancing. But do you know that there's actually a market to learn how to do Jamaican dance? So all you would need to do is set up a YouTube page. And once you have your followers going and all of that, YouTube will start paying you, and you can use your hobby to help finance yourself through college. And some ladies like makeup and hair, and I can tell you, there is a vast market on YouTube for hair tutorials, especially natural hair tutorials. Exercise is another area that persons use YouTube for. And I think being Jamaican, we have a distinct advantage because the world still remembers Usain Bolt, and they are still wondering why Jamaicans are so fast. So I would say to you, use up these to your advantage, and create a YouTube so that you can actually earn money. So while you're doing what you would call your regular routine, you're actually earning something for yourself. So you would normally be there dancing. You slow it down and you teach people how to dance, or you can even turn your dance into an exercise routine. So while they're dancing, they're exercising, and earn yourself an income. Now, stress management as it relates to COVID-19. How do we relieve stress in COVID-19? Because let's look at it. This is something that is deadly. Some of us are afraid to leave our homes because we might die. Some people are afraid of contracting it, like myself, because we know that, we might die. Some people are stressed out because of COVID, because it has left them unemployed. And for various brings, how do we manage the stress? Firstly, talk to someone you can trust. It makes no sense that you have all these questions, all these issues bottled up inside of you. You need somebody who you can talk to, somebody who you can trust. So maybe it's your parents, maybe it's a friend, but somebody who you can talk to about these issues, right? That won't be spreading your business, but you can say to them, boy, X, Y, and Z is a situation. And you just talk, or even if it's just how you feel or how you see certain things, you can talk to them about it. So just talk, somebody who you can talk to. Maintain a healthy lifestyle. You might say, I eat healthy, but exercise regularly. Get enough sleep. That is important. What am I saying? Your sleep should be routine. So if make it a habit, I go to bed at 10, and you make it your routine. Come 10 o'clock, I am going to bed, right? Make sleep a part of your routine, because when you sleep, it helps to reduce stress. When you eat healthy, it helps to maintain your body. When you drink a lot of water, it helps to ensure that your body is hydrated, right? It helps to ensure that you can keep calm, right? Sorry. Avoid using substances. Avoid using alcohol. A lot of people, when they're stressed, they'll drink a lot of alcohol, and they will say, use marijuana or stuff like that. But avoid, when you are stressed, avoid that, because these things cloud your judgment. These things I am just seeing the chat. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes,
I can
miss, we're hearing you.
Yes, we're hearing you. We have been hearing you.
Oh, but I'm seeing students saying that I'm cracking up.
Yeah, that is the internet. That's the internet. We don't have any control over that.
Oh, okay. I'm saying when you use these substances, they help to impair your judgment so that you cannot make good choices. Right? So I'm asking that when we are feeling stressed, that we avoid using these substances, especially as it relates to COVID-19. Seek reliable information. In that, a lot of people have a lot to say about a lot of things. I have been hearing a lot about 5G, and it is the installation of 5G, and there's if there's no such thing as corona, how is it that all these persons are dying? How is it that all these persons are getting sick? How is it that all these persons are having all these symptoms? Right? How is it that persons who do the things that WHO and PAHO suggest that we do, how is it that they are still managing to be healthy and to be alive? So I'm saying to you, seek information from reliable sources that can stand up, not from people who just have an idea. Because every second person you meet on social media have an idea. And every second person who say, oh, I work in a hospital, oh, I work in a home, and this is what. But the fact is, and then some of them will tell you, oh, I'm a doctor. And you say you're a doctor, so where are your credentials? That they're a doctor, they're a nurse, or they work in a hospital, or they work here, and they're going to tell you what to do. Take information from people you know who are reliable, who are credible, who, when you say they are X, Y, and Z, their credentials are there to prove that they are X, Y, and Z, and they say WQRS is what should be done, right? So get information from reliable sources. Another thing as it relates to COVID is that limit your exposure to the news. If you find that the news is upsetting, limit how much you watch. For instance, back in 2010, I found that by watching the nightly news, I was getting anxious. I was getting stressed out. I started to worry when I had to go out or when, because of all the murders and the killing and who they are looking for. And I just stopped. I started by watching the news every other night. And then eventually I just stopped watching the nightly news and I started to watch midday news. So even though I watch midday news, because the nightly news is so frightening. It is so terrifying when you hear of how many persons are being killed and how they are beheading women and they're shooting children and stabbing children and all these things. So I no longer watch the nightly news because I think it is just too terrifying. And with my health issues, I want to live a little longer. So I no longer watch them. I watch only midday news. So you too can limit your exposure to the news. How much you watch. Because every day you hear how many hundreds of cases have been added and how many have died, and you wonder. And then the recovery rate is getting lower and lower and lower. And I'm saying, no, sir. This is not for me. Right? So I diminish how much of the news I watch. And finally, employ previously learned strategies. When you feel you're getting anxious as it relates to COVID, take a deep breath, walk away, change the topic. If it's the telly, change the station. Understand, employ previously learned strategies that will help you to cope, that will help you to deal with the stress that COVID-19 brings. Are we clear? I'm hoping that you're still with me, GC Foster. Paul.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Okay. So let's look overall at how we deal with stress, how we manage stress. Firstly, take a deep breath. Normally throughout the day, we mainly do chest breathing. We don't breathe from the gut. But I remember when I was a little girl and I would have done something and my mother is trying to decide whether or not she's going to kill me, she would make a deep sigh and she'll take 2 breaths and then say to me, "What happened?" Right? So she would clear her thoughts. She would calm down just enough to hear my story before she decides whether or not she's going to kill me for what I did. Right? So take a deep breath. It gives you time to relax. It gives your brain enough oxygen so that you can think, so that you can start to formulate a response as to what you're going to do. Sorry, I'm just going back to my notes. One of the things you can also do is to keep a journal. And you can write down activities that you find stressful and how you reacted. They might say, write down that sure. It gives you 2 things. One, you have a record of it so that you can know, look, what is it that is causing me stress, so that you can avoid that situation. And also, you can now go back to see how best can I deal with a situation like this so that it will not cause me any more stress, right? 2, it helps you now to look at the situation with a critical eye to be able to pinpoint exactly what is the problem. Because once you understand what is the problem, then you can solve it. But if you cannot understand what is the problem, it will always come back as a stressor, and you will always feel stressed. So once you can journal the stressful situation and your response, you can always go back and look at it critically with a view of solving it and to alleviating it as a stressor in your life. 2, slow down. What do I mean? One of the things that keep us stressed is the fact that we are always here, there, and everywhere. As a student, you need now to prioritize. What are the things I must do? Your course outline tells you all the things that you must do. Your friends will tell you the things that you want to do. So you have to now prioritize. What are the things that I must get done? And then you look at what are the things that I want to do. So once you have done the things that you must do, then you can start looking at the things that you want to do. All right? So slow down. Some of us are highly social. It is a must that you check your school email. But is it a must that you check your personal email? For me, if I am not expecting something in my email, I don't check it. I have reduced my social media to WhatsApp. I no longer go on Facebook because it takes up too much of my time. I don't put a data plan on my phone, and I do not use Wi-Fi. If I'm not at work or at home, I have no internet access. People ask me why. I say I do not wish to be so connected. Because when you have information coming at you, and once you are aware of things, you have a responsibility, which causes you, once you have a responsibility, it means that there's something you must do, and I do not wish to be so connected. Ignorance is bliss, and it is not always a bad thing. Not knowing can also be helpful. I do not wish to know everything. And so I do not put myself in a position to feel that kind of a stress where I am obligated to act. So slow your life down. Prioritize. Do the things you must do, and then you can do the things you want to do. Get active. What do I mean by get active? Your exercise routine. Exercise is an excellent way of reducing stress. I don't know about you, but sometimes when I'm feeling stressed, if I don't exercise, I just run around the house. I just go outside and I run around the house. It clears my mind, it gives me focus because I'm ensuring that I don't miss my step. I'm not thinking about anything else. It takes me to another world. I am just calm. I am just doing me in that moment. And when you're through, your body feels so invigorated. So exercise is an excellent way of reducing stress. Again, a healthy diet, cannot stress this enough. It's important. It is important that you eat healthy because what you feed your body is what is going to be used to sustain and operate it. And to operate your mind and the chemical processes of your mind are what you're going to employ when you are in stressful situations. So therefore, you have to feed your body healthy. The other day, a friend of mine came with me to the supermarket and she saw me buying bulgur. And she was like, bulgur? I said, yes, it is healthier than rice. Bulgur actually gives something to your body. Rice just ensures that your tummy is full. And I don't need that. Whatever I put in must be giving something to my body. I don't need a belly full. I am going to say to you, ensure that you have a good diet. For those of you who can, you don't have to buy everything at the supermarket. If you have enough yard space, even to hang a box, you can do a little backyard farming and therefore supplement your diet to ensure that it is as healthy as possible. Make time for relaxation in every day. Make sure you have time to relax. Once your body can relax, it will be able to cope. I was once at a school where come end of year, everything was on me. And after I left the school, like clockwork for the next 2 or 3 years, I would start feel the tension, the tightening of my neck because my body had gotten so used to the stress at that time of the year. So I'm going to say to you, do not allow your body at any time to get used to any amount of stress. Make sure you make time to relax. Make sure you make time for you, whether you like to listen to music, whether you like to dance, whether you like to sing. If you like to sew, just make some time every day, whether it's half an hour or whatever, just to do a little of you to ensure that you relax. Have a strong support group. Have a strong support group. Ensure that you have persons you can talk to. Some of us might not have that in our families, but you might have it in your church. You might have it in a friend. You might have it with friends from a previous school. Ensure that you have a strong support group. People, they don't have to be giving you money, but people who are just willing to sit and listen to you. What Paul said to you, that I am an overcomer. Last year into this year, I fought the hardest battle of my life, and there were days when I felt like I could not make it. But Mr. Parks, I had people like Mr. Parks who was praying for me even when I did not know. I had friends who were praying for me, friends who, when I got up and I said to them, okay, this morning I am going to be doing a fasting. Can you fast and pray with me? And they dropped everything and were ready, because as I said to you, I fought for my life. I fought for my life. get enough sleep. I'm not going to say to you that you're to get 8 hours sleep, because at this level, 8 hours sleep is a notion that no longer applies to you. But try and get at least 5 hours sleep each night. 5 hours in which you can rest so that your body will be able to function in the next day. If I use my computer without my glasses, I cannot see beyond 2 hours. And after that, I have to go to sleep so that my eyes rest so that they can function. But if I keep my glasses on, I can go on even half of the day working on my computer, because my eyes are protected and I would have been rested from the night before. So I'm saying to you, get enough rest. Ensure that you get enough sleep so that your body can function at its optimum level. Now, here's one of the hardest things that you will have to do. Before you crawl into bed, leave school at school. What do I mean? Leave your schoolwork outside of your bed. Especially girls, I know. They love to sit in their bed with the books sprawled all around them, or the books will be on an entire side of the bed. But that will help to disturb your sleep pattern. That will help to destroy your healthy life balance. So I'm saying to you, keep school at school. Whether you use the living room, if you have a desk in your room that you work from, keep it over there. When you go over to your bed, you are now at home, and that is your home space. So do not bring it across, because when you do that, it is going to disrupt the flow of something else. Right? One of the things I have always done, even since primary school, is to when I get assignment, I try to do it at school. So when I go, because I love cartoons as a child, so when I go home, yeah man, I am in front of the television. So work is already done. Home is just home space. It's just home things. Be grateful for what you have. You might say, It is easy to complain and to look at what you don't have. But look at what you do have. So you might not have a laptop for yourself, but you know the beauty about it? You might have a tablet or a phone that you can use. And you might be able to access the computer at the local library. There are some persons who don't have that and who wish they were in your position. Be grateful for what you have. Take time to be thankful. Be thankful to your Creator for what you have, for what He has provided. Because there are a lot of persons who you know who might not even say it to you, who wish they were in your position, who wish they had the opportunity that you have now. I am working with a young lady, and She lives in a community where not everybody is nice and not everybody wishes to see her do well. But I was adamant that this young lady had to do well. And I kept working with her. And her mother came to me and said to me, Miss, she got a 4-year scholarship to study mathematics. I don't think anybody jumped and clap and scream the way I jumped and clap and scream because I was so happy for her. Because it meant that with that, it was a movement for her family out of poverty. So be thankful for what you have. It's not easy being at college this year, but be thankful you're there. Because there's somebody who is looking on, wishing that they were there. There's somebody who did who applied and did not get through. There's somebody who didn't have the first dollar to pay this term's tuition. So be thankful. Be thankful. Finally, if you have been doing all of this and you find that your anxiety and your stress level is still increasing, seek professional help. What am I saying? Speak with your school counselor. Speak with a pastor or somebody who you can trust. Seek professional help because your mental health is very, very important. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Are there any questions at this time?
Are there any questions? Well, I guess the presentation was comprehensive, Zepta.
Or I bored them to death.
No, Miss, it was really good.
Thank you.
Miss, your presentation was really good.
Thank you very much. And remember, for those of us who are struggling with the fees, speak to our school counselor, the registrar, visit the Ministry of Education website, visit the Ministry of Finance website, visit the JSIF website. Chase. These people offer scholarship to students. Look for them. Use them up. And be great in your life, all right?
Thank you, Ms. Zep. Thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Cameron.
Okay.
Right now, I'll be asking Onika Reynolds to do a vote of thanks. Onika, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anika Reynolds, and I will be doing the vote of thanks to our guest speaker on how to cope with stress, Ms. Zepta Cameron. Ms. Zepta Cameron, on the behalf of the GC Foster administrative staff and our family, and us, the newcomers, the freshmen, the soon to be a part of the GC Foster family, thank you for the presentation on how to cope with stress and some school tips that help us throughout our tenure at the GC Foster College, along with the tips with how to manage our time wisely, along with, of course, to write down and list our goals and values, along with your health-wise tips. Thank you to make sure that we eat properly and have proper sleep, go to bed early. Thank you. And also, thank you for letting us know that it is important to have a good support system. It was really, really informative because sometimes we do tend to drift away and get lost. So it's a good reminder it's a good reminder. Everything in general was amazing and well done, 100%. Thank you again, Ms. Cameron, and have a great rest of the day. God bless.
Thank you, and God bless you, GC. Please be great in your lives. Bye.
With that part of our presentation being finished, we are now moving into a break. So take a break and we'll return at 1:15 for the next. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll be seeing you at 1:15. Are there any questions before we go?
No, not for this session now, Miss. Next session.
Okay, we'll see you in the afternoon, 1:15. Thank you.
Yes, Miss.
needs. We want you to read your title, whether the building or you are learning remotely.
Library is to provide current resources and quality service to support the information needs of the GC Foster College. We aim to stimulate the intellectual thought and academic achievement through a variety of media. The vision of GC Foster College Library shares the college's aspiration to be a world-class training institution by providing information services and resources of world-renowned quality, diverse in breadth and form while supporting unified access. The GC Foster College Library was established in 1980 at the inception of the GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sports, located at Angel, Spanish Town, St. Catherine. The institution was a gift from the government and the only sports institution in the English-speaking Caribbean. The library collection is a specialized one which supports the
All right, ladies and gentlemen, today seem to be an exception. We're having serious technical difficulties. So, all right, let's listen to this one and see if this one will work.
This morning, I'm going to give you a small tour of our beautiful campus. So we have two entrances, which as you can see right here, this is the main entrance. Later down in the video, I will show you where the pedestrian will enter from. Next, we're going to start off with our cricket field, which is, as you can see over here, to my right, is the cricket field where all cricket activities take place here. And we also do track training here. Move on to our beautiful lawn. As you can see right here, is our lawn. So the lawn, the cricket pitch is on the right, up and entering the campus, and on the left hand side, the lawn. Further on down, on your right also, you will also see the hockey field, which as you get closer, you will get a better view of the hockey field. So right here, as I said before earlier on, this is our hockey field. Right here is our hockey field, where once you have hockey class, this is where you will be. A little bit over there, more to my right, where you can see all those trees. There is a rugby field, all rugby training.
All right, Mr. Gale, pause it for us. Today seemed to be a very bad day with the internet connection. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be ending the day by just having a brief interaction. Want to know what you would have learned so far, and also your expectations going forward. We are developing a evaluation sheet for you. This will be sent out to you so that you can evaluate the speakers and evaluate the days, so that we will know next year if we do have another virtual, the speakers to ask to come back and to present. And also some of your recommendations we will take and try and modify the package going forward. All right, so I'm going to open the floor now so you can turn on your mics. For those, well, let's do it in order. For those who want to speak, just indicate by pressing the hand raise button so we can identify you, and then we will have a brief interaction with you, and then we will close off in the next 10 minutes or so. Because of the overcast condition, I am suspecting that this is contributing to the low connectivity issues that we're having with the Wi-Fi service. So let us just call it a day. So we're going to be taking your comments. What jumped out at you for today? What you would have learned, and then what are your recommendations? And then we will close off. All right. So I'll opening up the floor for you to make your comments at this time.
Excuse me, sir.
Just indicate the hand raise.
Mr. Park,
Yes.
Makari Miller speaking.
Yes.
Is this the platform that we'll be having classes on?
No, you'll be using Moodle.
Okay, sir.
All right. So since you're on, let's start with you. What you have learned so far, and are there any further comments that you'd like to make? Did you hear me?
No, sir. Could you repeat?
All right. So I'm asking, you are on the floor now. You volunteer yourself to be the first person. I want to hear what you would have learned from today, from today's presenters, and what are your expectations going forward? All right.
I actually joined late, because of internet problems, but I was really looking forward to hear the presentation from the academic personnel. I don't remember her name or her title, but I was hoping to come on for that presentation, which I
the morning session. So you're just coming on.
Not just. I came on for the restart. Yes.
Okay. Then just come on, man. All right. So you're an absentee. All right. So I'm opening up the floor. Monique, all right, you can go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. So, from what I have gathered, day two, apart from the VP of Administration or Academics rather, today was basically focusing on health. We saw the nurse who gave a presentation on healthy lifestyle, and she looked at the different ways in which we can maintain our health, or different types of health that we can focus on, like the physical, the mental, spiritual, emotional, and so forth. And she basically encouraged us that if we don't take our health seriously, then it can significantly impact the life that we will have as students. Mr. Harris was next, and he focused on, he's the insurance consultant, and he focused on the steps that we can take through Sagicor to protect us from aggravated health condition. So for instance, he focused on the health insurance and the personal accident plan. And then we had, then we had Ms. Zepta Cameron, and she focused on coping with stress. I think that her presentation might not have been like the others, but I think hers probably was the most important one for the day, because she touched on some things that we're going to experience. The COVID-19 pandemic has placed us in a space that we've never been before, whereas we're going to be working from home. We're going to be stressed because of different situations, and she basically spoke from a place of experience, having experienced stress firsthand. We too have already experienced stress, but this type of stress is going to be far different, and she encouraged us that we're to make use of the different assets that we possess. If we love dancing, we love to do hair, we're good at athletics and stuff, we're to focus on areas that we enjoy. She focused on how we manage ourselves with our time, how we manage ourselves with our schoolwork, and prioritizing. She mentioned that when it comes to social media, she restricts herself to only using WhatsApp, because she knows that she has a weakness to probably the other social media platform that might be Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and so forth. So she was basically encouraging us that stress is a real thing, and if we don't take hold of it, then it's gonna overshadow our life. And my personal input is what I would have wished for today's session was for it to have been more interactive with the students. So far, I think we have 30-something persons online. It might not only be students, but I would have preferred if we had a chance in which we could have actually been in groups doing activity. So for instance, for Ms. Zepta's presentation, we could have actually had a presentation in groups on to probably cover the main areas in which we cope with stress. One person group could look at the physical, one could look at the emotional, and stuff like that. In terms of Mr. Fitz's presentation now, the real life experience, as he would have said, to quiz us, how is it that you're going to manage? Sometimes we're sick, but we don't always have to go to the doctor. We can go to the nurse. Sometimes we're sick, we don't always have to get a prescription. How would we manage to ensure that the health care that we have can stretch? In terms of from the nurse's standpoint, what she could have actually done for her presentation, sometimes instead of telling us, she could have asked us, because spoon feeding no is not going to be taken. Spoon feeding is probably for the face-to-face, but for the online, we're literally going to have to go and do most of the research ourselves and come back and contribute to the class. So that would be my input, sir.
Excellent in a meeting, yeah? Excellent. Miss Fagan, your parents are teachers?
I'm a teacher, sir.
Oh, I see. Because you see, I heard the strategies coming out. Excellent job. So we're moving on to the next person. Just open your mic, or you can indicate by click on the hand raising icon, and then let's have you make your present. Thanks, Ms. Fagan.
You're welcome, sir.
All right, who else would like to? Don't let me start to call names now. Ansel Powell. Let's have Ansel. Mr. Powell. Mr. Powell, are you there? All right. If there are no further comments, what we're going to be doing, we're going to be closing off for today because we're having serious issues with the internet. And so we will resume tomorrow. There will be some changes to your program. And so I'm asking you not to follow it as strictly as you would have for the first 2 days. All right? There are going to be slight changes as we go forward to the program. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will definitely see you tomorrow, God's willing.
I'm trying to activate my account on iSIM.
Could you speak up a bit?
I'm trying to activate my account on iSIM, but the ID number seems to be a problem.
You were given an ID number?
No, sir.
Pardon me?
No, sir, I didn't get any.
Oh, you said the ID was a problem. If you don't get an ID, oh, you can't enter one.
In that section, sir.
Speak up, I'm not hearing you, my dear. Hello?
I said in that area, sir, that area, I'm having a problem in that area.
Yes, because you have you have not yet been given an ID number. All right?
So,
you will be sent an ID. Pardon me?
When will we be given one, sir?
Right. So you will be sent an ID number. If you were following the chat, you would have seen where Mr. Okensanya Smith, the manager for the IT department, sent out a message saying that the numbers, the ID information, and other things pertaining to your academics will be sent out to you tomorrow. So look out for that email. I would like to thank Miss Unique Edwards for being our moderator for today. She did an excellent job despite the challenges that we're having with the internet connection. Thank you so much, Miss Edwards. Miss Edwards is the project manager here at DC Foster College, and she is also a part of the orientation committee. Thank you, Miss Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Park.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, do you have any other queries before we close off?
Yes, sir. Wait, your comment during the initially, you were saying that for the ID numbers, to get them, persons would have to pay the tuition fee, also would have to complete the medical and so forth. But for persons who are taking out a student loan and who hasn't received any confirmation in getting that as yet. Their tuition fee wouldn't have been paid for as yet. So how will those persons get their ID?
What is your name again?
Crystal Irving.
All right, Miss Irving, look out for an email that will be sent to you from Mr. Okensanya Smith. All right? Hopefully you will receive your ID. All right?
Mr. Park. Mr. Park.
Okay, miss?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Reynolds?
Good afternoon.
Who was speaking? Who said Mr. Park?
Right here, sir.
Alex Raymond?
Yes, I'm having the same problem. The same problem with student loan.
So when the email is sent out, if your name is assigned an ID number or an ID identification number, use that to see if it will assist you in the registration process, okay?
All right, thank you.
If not, then you'll have to contact the registrar office tomorrow, and you can engage the registrar or anyone in that department as it relates to how you go about accessing that service. All right?
All right.
What about a student from St. Vincent and the Grenadines from next country?
Who is speaking now?
Janet Murray.
And your background is noise. You have to speak about it.
I was saying, what about the a student from a next country?
Student from
a next country, St. Vincent.
What about it?
Yeah, the payment.
Payment can be done online.
Okay.
Right. So you'll go on the GC Foster College website, and you'll see the e-payment service that is being offered there. You click on that, and it directs you to how you can make payments online. All right?
Okay, thanks a lot.
All right. And the same thing goes for others. If you would like to make payment online, just go on the GC Foster website and you'll be given instructions once you click on the icon as to how to make payment online. Okay?
Mr. Park?
Mr. Park. Yeah. Yes?
Carol Gordon speaking, sir.
Speak up a little. Miss
Carol Gordon speaking.
Carol Gordon.
Yes, sir. What about if you have the medical outstanding, sir?
All right. Let's just deal with one issue at a time. If you have received the email from Mr. Okensanya Smith and your name is not assigned an ID number, then these issues can be dealt with. But let's just wait and see if you receive the email and if your name is assigned a ID number. If you get that ID number, then you can go ahead and do the registration, right? Or select the courses, right?
Yes, sir.
In terms of the medical, those are outsourced. So were you told to do your medical at a doctor's office and then sending in that form?
Yes, sir.
Right. And have you done that?
No, sir.
So what is holding up the process?
Sir, I'm visiting other stuff, sir. That's the reason why, sir.
So I think you need to sort out your priorities then, because that can hold up your registration process, because that is a part of the criteria.
Sir, I just haven't done the X-ray.
Mr. Park, Raina Reynolds has her hand up.
Raina, yes?
Hi, Mr. Park. My name is Michelle Reynolds. representing Rena Reynolds, her mom.
All right.
I recognize she's not right here with me right now, but I recognize that we got a link to the orientation.
Right.
However, we have not got an acceptance letter. So I have no clue as it relates to the fee nor anything like that.
Oh.
What's the procedure?
Okay. All right. So kindly, the link has a email address that is assigned to it. Did you see that email address?
Yes, we have sent an email. We have been calling, not getting through to anyone. No one has responded to our emails.
All right. Do you have the number for the college? Can call directly?
I did this. I have been calling directly. Let me tell you exactly which number.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes. Give me a number for you are the student.
Give me a number.
All right. Tell you what.
Mhm.
I'm going to give you my number.
Sure.
All right. So you can call me outside of this meeting.
All right. No problem. Thank you.
And anyone here, if you wish to contact me, you can do so. All right. So the number is 876 792 8736.
Thank you very much, Mr. Park.
You're
I'll
welcome.
call you exactly after the meeting.
All right, good. All right. Someone else had their hand up. Let me see now. We have Brittany Wheatley.
Brittany Wheatley.
Right. Brittany. Brittany. All right. So we're going to be closing off now. I want to thank you for your patience and your cooperation. Once again, I am impressed. You are really.
Excuse me, sir.
Hello.
Yes, before you close off, sir, the presenter that was supposed to be on today, would that person be able to present tomorrow? Because I have a few questions for that person.
Yes, man. All being well, God's willing, tomorrow, I hope that we can fix our internet challenges that we're having presently. And that is one of the issues why she was unable to present. And I'm sure that most persons online have questions for her. And so hopefully we would be up and ready tomorrow. So the questions can be posed if they're not answered in our presentation. All right?
Okay, sir. Thanks.
Right. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Hello?
Speaking.
Go again. I did not hear you. Could you repeat?
Speaking. You hear me now?
You're breaking up, but go ahead. Let me see if I can hear you.
For the persons who are going to do track and field coming Monday and wish to work coming Monday, does it mean that we're going to stay home and have online class, or we're going to be on the campus?
For that, you'll ask the presenter, Mrs. Tony James. She is the VP of Academics. You can pose that question to her tomorrow.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
So, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Hello? Go again. I did not hear you. Could you repeat?
Speaking.
You can pose that question to her tomorrow.
Thanks.
You're welcome. All right. Thank you. We will be closing off now. Tomorrow we will begin at 9 a.m. And so we're looking forward to having a good time and a very fruitful day tomorrow without any glitch or mishap. Have a good evening.